The Eternal Rose. In the land of Avaloria, once called the Jewel of Dawn, there was a silence heavier than night. Castles that once gleamed with banners now stood in shadow, their stones whispering tales of sorrow to the passing winds. For 100 years, the kingdom had lived beneath a curse. Roses bloomed black instead of red. Rivers carried a silver sheen, as though the moon had drowned within them. And though music once filled its courts, now only the echo of forgotten laughter drifted through the empty halls. At the heart of this sorrow stood Prince Kaelin, last heir of the royal line. His eyes, once bright as morning skies, were dimmed by loneliness. He lived in a castle vast and silent, where chandeliers gathered dust. But Kaelin carried more than grief. He carried the burden of a prophecy, a tale told since his birth, that only the blooming of the eternal rose could free the kingdom. Yet, no one had ever seen such a rose. And so, hope had withered, like every other flower in Avaloria. Far beyond the castle walls, in a quiet village by the Silver River, lived a girl named Ilara. Her laughter was light, her spirit untamed, and though she knew little of curses, she felt the weight of Avaloria's silence pressing even upon her small home. Ilara spent her days tending to herbs and listening to old songs sung by the elders. Songs of knights who once fought with courage and of queens whose crowns sparkled brighter than dawn. She often wondered if those days would ever return. But more than anything, she wondered about the prince, the lonely boy in the castle of shadows. It was on a night of silver rain that fate began its work. Ilara dreamed of a garden hidden deep within the woods. A garden glowing with roses of starlight, each petal whispering her name. When she awoke, her hands smelled faintly of roses, though none grew near her home. She did not know it yet, but the eternal rose had called to her. The morning after her dream, Ilara walked through the misty fields, her basket empty, her heart restless. She gathered herbs as she always did, yet her thoughts drifted to the scent of roses she had never touched. As the sun lifted through the haze, she found something unusual near the riverbank. A single petal, pale as moonlight, shimmering with a faint glow. She picked it up with trembling fingers. The petal was warm, as though it still carried the heartbeat of a living flower. Ilara tucked it close to her chest, and though she could not explain why, a quiet voice whispered in her soul, "Follow." Gently, with wonder. Meanwhile, in the lonely castle, Prince Kaelin stood at the highest balcony. His gaze stretched across the kingdom, to the mist-wrapped forest beyond. He, too, had not slept, for his dreams had been haunted by roses and a girl's laughter he did not know. "A cruel trick," he murmured to the wind. "Hope always comes to me in dreams, never in waking." Yet deep within, something stirred, a faint tug, like the pull of destiny. He pressed his hand over his chest and felt the echo of the same heartbeat Ilara had felt with the petal. That night the skies darkened. Storms gathered and the castle torches flickered uneasily. In the village, elders whispered of omens, while children clung to their mothers. Alara, unable to sleep, slipped out of her home and followed the silver river. It led her toward the forest's edge, where the trees stood like ancient guardians. The path twisted, shadows deepened, yet she felt no fear. The faint glow of petals marked the ground before her, one after another, as though leading her to something long hidden. She walked deeper until the air itself changed. It shimmered, heavy with magic. And there, at the heart of the forest, she found a gate of iron vines, half buried in moss and thyme. The vines curled like serpents, sharp with thorns, yet pulsing faintly with light. A voice echoed in her ears, not of man or woman, but of the forest itself.
The first has come.
Alara reached out. Her fingers brushed the gate, and it shuddered awake, petals of iron trembling. The thorns recoiled, revealing a small opening. Beyond, she glimpsed what her dream had promised, a garden lost to the world, where roses of silver and starlight bloomed in endless silence. She stepped inside. The moment she crossed, the wind carried her laughter through the kingdom. Faint but real. And in the castle, Kalen froze, his heart racing, his breath caught. For the first time in years, he had heard laughter that was not a ghost of memory. He whispered to the night, "Who are you?" Ilara's steps fell silent as she wandered into the forgotten garden. The ground was soft beneath her feet, covered in petals that had not withered though centuries had passed. Silver vines curled along marble arches, cracked but still regal, as though the garden had once been the pride of kings. Her eyes widened. Roses glowed in every hue. Sapphire blue, molten gold, pale ivory that shimmered like captured moonlight. And at the center of it all, on a pedestal of stone, stood a single rose unlike any other. Its petals were translucent, glowing faintly from within, as though it held a star trapped inside. Ilara approached slowly. Her hand trembled as she reached out. But before her fingers could touch the rose, a sudden wind swept the garden. Shadows stirred between the hedges, and she felt the weight of unseen eyes upon her. A voice whispered from the darkness, "You should not be here." Ilara spun around. Out of the shadows stepped a figure, cloaked in midnight blue. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but his presence carried both sorrow and warning. "Who are you?" Ilara asked, her voice trembling though she held her ground. The figure tilted his head, as though surprised by her courage. "I am a guardian of what should remain forgotten," he replied. "This place is cursed, child. Leave before the thorns claim you." But Ilara shook her head. "I've dreamt of this garden my whole life, and now I've found it. Tell me, what is this rose?" The guardian's silence stretched long, heavy with secrets. Finally, he sighed. "It is the eternal rose, born from a love so fierce, the gods themselves cursed it. To touch it is to bind yourself to its fate." Ilara's heart raced. Her hand lingered inches above the rose, yet something in her soul whispered that her destiny was already tied to it. Far away, In the castle, Prince Kalen felt a sudden tremor within his chest. He stumbled back against the stone wall of his chamber, clutching at his heart as if it burned. Visions surged before his eyes. A girl standing in a garden of starlight, her hand hovering above the cursed bloom. He had never seen her, yet he knew her name. Alara. Kalen whispered into the silence of his chamber. Why do I feel as though I've known her forever? The wind outside howled, rattling the shutters. Somewhere, deep in the forest, destiny had begun to stir. The guardian stepped closer to Alara. If you take the rose, your path will be bound to another's, a prince whose curse ties him to its heart. Do you understand, girl? This is no fairy tale. This is suffering, endless and cruel. Alara's voice trembled, yet her spirit did not waver. And yet, isn't it crueler to live, never knowing why I was led here? The guardian's hood lowered, revealing tired eyes, pale and ancient. Then may the gods have mercy on you both. The wind fell silent. Alara reached out, and her fingers brushed the eternal rose. Light erupted around her, cascading like falling stars. The garden trembled. The earth itself shuddered as though awakening from centuries of slumber. And in the castle, Kalen fell to his knees. His curse, the invisible thorns that bound his soul, shivered, loosened, as though someone had touched the other end of the chain that tied him. For the first time, he could breathe. The light from the eternal rose lingered long after Alara's hand withdrew. It flowed into her veins like liquid fire, yet it did not burn. Instead, it filled her with a strange warmth, an aching recognition, as though some part of her had been missing her entire life and had now been returned. The petals of the rose shimmered, folding open as though awakening from centuries of slumber. At its heart, a single drop of golden dew quivered, glowing with the radiance of 1,000 dawns. Alara reached closer, mesmerized, until the guardian's hand shot forward, gripping her wrist. Do not touch it again. Once was enough. The bond is made. Her breath caught. The bond? The guardian's eyes darkened, heavy with sorrow. Between you and the cursed prince, the rose chooses not out of mercy, but out of balance. Your life is no longer yours alone, girl. Do you understand? Far across the kingdom, Prince Kalen awoke from his collapse, his chest rising and falling as if he had been drowning moments before. The curse that weighed upon him, the invisible thorns that constricted his every heartbeat, had loosened, if only slightly. He looked down at his hands. The veins that had once pulsed black with the corruption of the curse now glowed faintly with golden light. Something had changed. Kalen stumbled toward the balcony of his chamber, overlooking the endless forest that stretched beyond Avaloria's walls. His eyes burned as a name slipped past his lips, though he could not understand how he knew it. Alara. The castle of Avaloria was a place of splendor turned into shadow. Once, its halls had echoed with music and laughter. Now, silence hung heavy. The curse had drained joy from its stones, turning fountains dry and banquets hollow. Kaelin wandered through its empty corridors, the golden flicker still shimmering faintly in his veins. For the first time in years, he felt the faintest stirrings of hope. And yet, he feared it. Hope had betrayed him before. But deep within him, a pull, gentle yet insistent, tugged toward the forest, toward her. Elara staggered back from the rose, clutching her chest. The warmth within her had grown stronger, wrapping around her heart like invisible vines. She closed her eyes, and for a fleeting moment she saw him. A boy, no, a man, with dark hair tousled by the wind, his eyes glimmering with storm and sorrow. He stood in a grand hall, alone, looking out over a balcony. And in that instant, he turned as though he too could see her. Elara stumbled, her breath trembling.
Who is he?
The Guardian's gaze hardened.
The one who bears the curse, the Prince of Thorns. And now your fates are bound.
Thunder rolled overhead, though the sky above the garden had been clear moments before. The roses around them shivered, their petals scattering like falling stars. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of magic too ancient for mortals to bear. The Guardian drew his cloak tighter. Leave this place, tonight, before the kingdom learns that the rose has awakened. Elara shook her head, her voice small but steady.
No. If my fate is tied to his, then I must find him.
The Guardian's silence stretched long. Finally, with a voice like stone cracking, he said, "Then you walk into the heart of the curse itself, and it will not show mercy." That night, Elara returned to her village, but she was not the same. The streets she had known since childhood felt foreign, distant, as though she no longer belonged entirely to them. The bond thrummed faintly in her chest, each heartbeat echoing with a second rhythm, not hers, but his. When she closed her eyes, she saw glimpses of Kaelin's world, the echo of his footsteps in a cold, vast hall, the weight of his loneliness pressing down like an endless winter. And though fear whispered that she should turn away, another voice, a quieter, stronger one, urged her forward. "I will find him." The bond did not sleep. Even as Elara tried to close her eyes in her small chamber, the pull throbbed within her chest, like a thread of light tugging her soul toward a place she had never seen. Every time her breath steadied, visions flickered, Kaelin's eyes in the shadows, the sound of his heartbeat echoing inside hers. She rose before dawn. The village was quiet, mist curling through the streets, lanterns still flickering faintly in the morning hush. She packed little, a cloak, bread wrapped in linen, a flask of water. Her fingers lingered on a silver pendant, her mother's, the only heirloom left after the fever had taken her parents. She pressed it against her lips.
I'll come back,
she whispered, though the words felt like a promise she could not keep. The path to the castle of Avaloria was no simple road. It cut through the Ebonwood forest, a place older than kings and feared even by seasoned travelers. Its trees were tall enough to blot out the sky, their roots curling like serpents. Myths spoke of spirits that wandered there, and shadows that whispered names in the dark. Yet, as Elara stepped into the first line of trees, a strange calm settled upon her. The bond in her chest pulsed gently, guiding her forward. She did not need a map. The cursed prince's presence drew her, like the moon draws the tide. Hours passed. The forest thickened, its silence broken only by the crunch of her boots and the faint cry of distant crows. Moss-covered stones like ancient wounds, and faint runes glimmered on fallen pillars, half swallowed by the earth. Elara touched one as she passed, and a shiver ran through her.
They are watching.
She spun, her breath catching. Nothing but trees, yet the air, it felt alive. The first thread came when the path narrowed, funneling between two massive oaks whose trunks had twisted together. From the shadows, figures emerged. Not men, not beasts. Their bodies were woven from brambles and thorn, their eyes glowing faint green like lanterns in a fog. Elara's heart raced. She stepped back, fumbling for the small dagger her brother had once carved for her. Its blade was crude, more a farmer's tool than a weapon. The creatures hissed, a sound like wind slicing through dead leaves. They moved as one, encircling her. Her grip tightened on the dagger. She whispered to herself, "It's just fear. Only fear." But the bond inside her chest flared, and suddenly, she was not alone. For a heartbeat, she felt Kalen's presence, his anger, his will to survive burning like a storm within her veins. Her eyes glowed faint gold, and the creatures halted, hissing louder, retreating a step. Elara raised her trembling voice. "Stay back!" The bramble spirits quivered, then melted into the shadows, vanishing as though they had never been. Her knees gave out, and she collapsed against the roots of the tree. Tears stung her eyes as she pressed a hand to her chest. "Kalen, you saved me." At that same moment, far away in the cursed halls of Avaloria, Kalen staggered, gripping the edge of a marble column. His chest burned as though he had fought a battle not his own. The golden light in his veins flickered again, stronger now. He closed his eyes and saw her, the girl in the forest, dagger trembling in her hand. Her fear had been his, her courage too. Soft chuckle, disbelieving. "You're real," he whispered into the silence of his chamber. "And you're coming." Slow, dreamlike narration. Elara continued her journey. Nights in the ebonwood were cruel, the cold gnawing at her bones, the silence punctuated by strange cries. Yet each dawn she rose, each step the bond grew stronger. She dreamed of Kalen's world, the cracked chandeliers, the empty banquet halls, the throne wrapped in thorn. And always she felt his eyes on her, though he was far away. The forest tested her. At a river crossing, the water surged black, smelling of iron and ash. At a clearing, shadows rose in the shape of wolves, their teeth gleaming before dissolving into mist. Each time, fear nearly crushed her. Each time, the bond pulsed, and she endured. Gently, with quiet strength. She did not yet know it, but with every step, she awakened the power of the eternal. Whispers, soft as drifting fog. The ebonwood seemed endless. Days blurred together, a labyrinth of trees and shadows. Yet Elara pressed forward, led not by the path beneath her feet, but by the pull of the bond in her chest. It was no ordinary compass. It was alive, throbbing with Kalen's heartbeat, guiding her closer. Sometimes she caught glimpses between the trees, golden eyes watching her. Flickers of dark marble walls, echoes of a voice she had never heard, yet somehow knew. She was afraid, yes, but she was no longer alone. On the seventh night, the forest changed. The air grew heavier, thick with the scent of ash and roses long decayed. Thorned vines coiled across the ground, glowing faintly red as though pulsing with blood. Elara's steps slowed. Her breath quickened. This was no longer just forest. This was the edge of the curse. Up ahead, the trees broke open into a vast clearing. Rising in the distance was the castle of Avaloria. It was both magnificent and terrible. Spires pierced the heavens, yet they leaned as though weary of holding themselves upright. Marble walls gleamed faint silver beneath the moonlight, but cracks ran through them, and vines of black thorn choked every balcony and gate. The great bridge leading to its gates stretched over a chasm of mist, lit faintly by the glow of cursed lanterns. Elara's heart pounded. This is where he is. The bond pulsed sharply in her chest. Kalen's presence was near, so near she could almost hear his breath. As she stepped onto the bridge, the mist stirred. Shadows rose, taking shape. Knights in broken armor, their faces hidden behind cracked helms. Ghosts of those who had once sworn loyalty to the crown, now bound by the curse. Their swords gleamed black as obsidian. Their voices hissed like the wind. Turn back. Elara's knees shook, but she tightened her grip on her dagger, though she knew it was useless against phantoms. I can't. He's waiting. The knights advanced, and then Kalen's presence surged. From within the castle walls, his spirit roared against the chains of his prison. His fury swept across the bridge like a storm. The spectral knights faltered, shadows flickering. Elara felt her veins ignite with golden light. She raised her hand without thinking, and from her palm spilled a shimmer, soft, radiant, alive. The shadows recoiled, vanishing into the mist. What am I? She breathed. But the bond only tugged her forward. The gates opened with a groan older than centuries. Elara stepped inside. The castle smelled of dust and wilted roses. Chandeliers hung shattered, their crystals glimmering faintly in the candlelight that burned though no flame was lit. Hallways stretched into silence, lined with portraits whose painted eyes seemed to follow her. A place where time had stopped, where joy had withered, where the curse breathed in every shadow. And yet, deeper still, she felt warmth, a soul waiting for hers. Kalen's chains rattled as he lifted his head. His voice, when it came, was rough, like stone cracking under centuries of weight.
Who are you?
Elara swallowed, her throat tight. Her lips parted, but no word came at first. How could she explain? That she was drawn here by dreams, by whispers of a rose, by a bond she did not understand? At last her voice came, trembling yet steady.
My name is Elara. I think I was meant to find you.
Meant to.
He let out a bitter laugh, though it cracked halfway.
No one was meant to find me. Not anymore.
His golden eyes burned, not with anger, but with despair.
This castle is my tomb. These chains are my eternity. You should not be here.
At last, she reached the grand throne room. Its doors loomed before her, carved with roses and crowns, now cracked and broken. Her hand trembled as she pushed them open. The chamber beyond was vast. Moonlight spilled through shattered windows, illuminating a throne strangled by thorns. And before it, chained to the marble floor, stood Kalen. He was taller than she had imagined, cloaked in darkness and scars of magic. His eyes glowed gold, like embers refusing to die. Shackles of thorn bound his wrists, bleeding against his skin. Yet even in his ruin, there was a majesty, a beauty that could not be erased. Their gazes locked. Ilara gasped, the bond inside her chest surging so violently she staggered. And Kalen fell to his knees as though the chains had suddenly grown heavier. You're real. Her lips trembled. Kalen. For a long moment, the throne room was still. Dust swirled in the moonlight, every breath hanging heavy between them. Ilara stepped closer, her heart pounding. The bond inside her pulsed so fiercely she pressed her hand against her chest, as though to keep it from tearing free. I couldn't stay away, she whispered. Something brought me here. Something tied to you. Her words seemed to strike him like an unseen blade. His body shuddered, and for the first time, Kalen looked at her fully, eyes wide, glowing brighter, as if recognizing something long lost. You feel it too, don't you? Almost breaking. Ilara nodded, tears stinging her eyes. Yes, I don't know what it means, but it feels like my soul knows yours. The silence that followed was heavy, trembling with unspoken truth. Kalen bowed his head, chains clinking as they tightened around him, thorns biting deeper. He winced, but did not look away from her. You are the rosebud. The word rang in the chamber, ancient and sacred. Ilara frowned. The rosebud? Kalen's breath shook. The curse, my curse. It was sealed with the eternal rose, a bond strong enough to outlast time. But it was said the rose bond would appear, only if fate wished to shatter the curse. His lips twisted in disbelief, annoyed. I thought it was a myth, a cruel story meant to torment me with hope. Ilara's voice, and yet, here I am. As the words hung between them, the bond surged. A golden glow burst from Ilara's chest, mirrored in Kalen's heart. Light spilled across the room, weaving between them like threads of living fire. Kalen gasped, his chains burning away under the glow, not broken but weakened. For the first time in centuries, he could move one hand. Trembling, he raised it toward her. Don't come closer, he warned. The curse fights back. It will hurt you. But Ilara stepped forward anyway, her hand lifted, meeting his. When their palms touched, the chamber shook. The eternal rose awoke. Petals of light spiraled from the floor, unfolding in the air. The chains screamed as cracks split through them. Shadows fled to the corners of the room, hissing. And through it all, Ilara felt warmth, not of magic, but of Kalen's soul pressing into hers. For the first time, he was not alone. For the first time, neither was she. The moment their palms touched, the throne room came alive. What had long been silent and dead began to stir with fury. Whispers turned sharp, like hissing voices. The shadows clung to the walls, then tore free, twisting into forms with hollow eyes. The cursed chains rattled as though alive, trying to wrap tighter around Kalen's body, fighting the light that burned from his chest. Alara staggered back, but Kalen caught her hand before she could fall. "Don't let go. Whatever happens, don't let go." Alara nodded, though fear clawed at her heart. The bond between them pulsed brighter, golden threads weaving from her hand into his, holding them together. The castle groaned. Dust rained from the ceiling. Mosaics cracked, and the great thorns that wrapped the pillars began to move, slowly curling, twisting toward them like serpents of stone and vine. Kalen's voice strained with anger. "The curse knows you're here. It fears you." Echoing hiss fills the air. From the shadows, a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in ragged black, with eyes that burned like dying embers. Its voice, whispering, dripped venom. "You dare awaken him?" Alara froze, her breath caught in her throat. Surprised. What is that?" Kalen's jaw clenched, golden eyes blazing against the darkness. Low growl, heavy with loathing. The Warden, a fragment of the curse, bound to ensure I never taste freedom. The Warden's laugh was hollow, echoing through the broken chamber.
She is nothing but flesh, Kalen. She cannot break what eternity has forged. You will rot here. Both of you.
Chains shot from the ground, jagged and sharp, whipping toward Alara. She cried out, but Kalen moved before thought, his weakened hand flaring with light as he pulled her behind him. The chain struck his arm, searing flesh, but the golden bond glowed brighter in defiance. "You're hurt." Kalen gritted his teeth, holding the chain with sheer force. "I've endured worse, but you must fight, Alara. The bond answers only you." Alara's mind spun, fear crashing like waves. Fight? How? She was no warrior, no mage. And yet, deep in her chest, the bond throbbed as if urging her. She remembered the dreams, the voice of the rose whispering, "You carry the light." Closing her eyes, Alara raised her free hand. She pictured the rose, its petals glowing in endless bloom. And light answered. A single golden rose bloomed in her palm, shimmering and alive. The eternal rose. The Warden hissed, recoiling.
Impossible!
With trembling strength, Alara thrust the rose forward. The light burst outward in a wave, shattering the chains midair, burning away the shadows that crept along the walls. The Warden screamed, its form unraveling like smoke in the wind. But even as it dissolved, its voice echoed through the stone. You cannot save him. The curse is endless. Every step will cost you." And then it was gone. Broken only by heavy breathing, Alara collapsed to her knees, the rose fading from her palm. Her body shook from the force it had taken. Kalen knelt beside her, His chains weakened, his eyes filled with something she had not expected, wonder. You faced the curse itself and lived. Elara looked up, tears streaking her cheeks, and whispered, I don't even know how. Kalen's lips curved in the faintest, most fragile smile. Because you were meant to. The throne room was quiet now. The shadows had fled, though the air was still thick with the taste of smoke and despair. Broken chains lay scattered on the floor, some glowing faintly as if scorched by Alara's light. Elara leaned against a cracked pillar, her chest rising and falling in sharp breaths. Her hand still trembled where the rose had bloomed. You should rest. That power, it drains more than you know. She shook her head, though exhaustion pulled at every bone. No, I need answers. Kalen raised his hand, and for the first time in centuries, warmth touched the ruined chamber. A soft fire hovered between them, its glow painting his sharp features in gold. Elara gazed at him, the weight of questions pressing on her lips. Finally, she whispered,
Who cursed you?
Kalen's expression hardened. His golden eyes dimmed, shadows of memory clouding their light.
Once, I was heir to a kingdom where roses never withered and dawn always came gentle. But power breeds envy. The sorceress Lysandra desired my crown, and when I refused her hand, she gave me chains instead.
Elara leaned closer, her heart aching at the depth of sorrow in his voice.
She bound me,
He continued.
not to death, not to life, but to waiting. My kingdom fell into thorns, my people into silence. Every soul here withered to dust, save me.
Alara's throat tightened. She imagined centuries of solitude, the silence of halls that once rang with music.
You've been alone all this time.
Kalen looked at her, and for a moment his guard slipped, his voice no louder than a breath.
Alone is a gentle word for what it was.
The silence stretched between them, fragile and tender. Elara felt a pull in her chest, something more than pity, more than curiosity. Then we'll break it, she said. This curse, it can't be endless. If the rose bloomed for me, then it means there's hope. Kalen studied her, a faint smile ghosting his lips. But it wasn't joy. It was sorrow laced with warning. You speak of hope as though it's a sword. But hope cuts both ways, Elara. Every light you kindle will make the darkness fight harder. Even as he spoke, the castle seemed to respond. The walls groaning, corridors twisting in unseen ways. Elara shivered.
It's alive.
Kalen nodded grimly. The curse is bound to me. To every breath I take. The longer you stay, the more it will try to claim you too. And then I'll stay anyway. Kalen's eyes widened, the firelight catching the gold within. For a moment, something unspoken passed between them. A promise neither had meant to give. The fire dimmed, shadows folding back into the corners. Thoughtful. You don't understand what you're choosing, Kalen murmured. But perhaps you're the only one who can. Elara touched her palm, remembering the rose's glow. Her voice was steady, though her heart raced. Determined. Then show me the way, Kalen. Show me how to fight it. And in the hush of the ruined hall, where centuries of silence had reigned, the bond between them pulsed again, brighter, stronger, awakening the castle once more. Low rumble, walls shifting slowly. As Ilara's vow echoed in the silence, the castle shivered. Stones ground against one another, stairways twisted like serpents, and corridors stretched impossibly long. Gasp, Ilara's startled breath. Surprised. It's moving. Kalen's jaw tightened, serious. The labyrinth awakens. It knows you are here. The firelight between them flickered and died, swallowed by a deeper darkness. Doors that had once been sealed now creaked open, releasing gusts of icy wind and the faint murmur of voices long gone. Ilara stepped forward, though her heart pounded. I hear them. They sound like people. Kalen's voice was low, almost pained. They are not people. They are memories given form. The curse loves to wound by showing what once was. They entered a long corridor lined with mirrors, though none of them showed Ilara's reflection. Instead, each pane shimmered with fragments of Kalen's past. Is that you? She saw a younger Kalen, crowned in silver, walking among gardens of roses so vivid they seemed to breathe. His laughter was gentle, his eyes brighter, free of shadow. Kalen turned away sharply, his voice a growl. Don't look. But Ilara reached for the glass, her hand brushing its surface. The mirror rippled, and suddenly the world shifted. She stood in a grand ballroom, filled with music and light. Courtiers danced beneath chandeliers dripping with crystal. At the center stood Kalen, radiant in a royal cloak, his hand extended to a woman draped in midnight silk.
Who is she?
Kalen's face darkened as the name escaped his lips like poison.
Lysandra.
The illusion twisted. The music faltered. Laughter curdled into shrieks. Lysandra's smile sharpened into cruelty as shadows spilled from her gown, devouring the hall. Kalen in the vision reached for his sword, but the shadows clung to his arms, binding him. The laughter became a chant, echoing through the mirrored halls. Ilara trembling. She cursed you here? Kalen's fists clenched. She cursed everything. My people, my land, even the roses that bloomed as a crown upon this kingdom. The ballroom shattered into glass. Ilara stumbled, cutting her palm on a sharp fragment. Blood dripped onto the stone floor. Ilara! Kalen grabbed her wrist, his touch firm yet gentle. His eyes widened as the blood sank into the ground, glowing faintly. The labyrinth responded. Walls bent, doors opened, and a faint path of rose light appeared. Ilara's shaky voice.
It's guiding us.
Or binding you deeper into its snare. Ilara met his gaze, her voice steady despite the fear in her chest.
Maybe. But if my blood can awaken the path, then it means I was meant to walk it.
Kalen's lips curved into a bitter, reluctant smile. You speak like destiny has already claimed you. Ilara touched her chest, where the eternal rose still glowed faintly within.
Maybe it has.
The labyrinth groaned again, and the path before them stretched into shadow. Somewhere in the distance, faint whispers rose, like roses brushing against stone. Kalen exhaled, his voice heavy. Then stay close, Ilara. Whatever you see next, do not believe it. Ilara whispers back. And if it's you? Kalen looked at her for a long moment, shadows and firelight dancing in his eyes. His answer was soft, almost broken. then believe only in the man who stands beside you now. The labyrinth's walls pulsed with a faint crimson glow, as if veins of some great creature. The air grew colder, thick with the scent of damp earth and roses wilting in the dark. Elara whispers,
Do you hear that? A voice? Elara, my child.
Elara froze. Her hand trembled against the wall as her eyes widened. That's impossible. Kalen's gaze sharpened, his tone urgent. Don't listen. But the voice drifted closer, rich with warmth she had not felt in years. Elara, come back to me. You've wandered too far. Follow my voice, and you will be safe. It's my mother.
No. It is the labyrinth. It knows your weakness. It will wear the faces of those you love most.
But Alara's eyes shimmered with tears. Her mother's lullabies echoed through the halls, soft and sweet as moonlight. For a moment, her steps faltered toward the sound. Kalen caught her wrist, his grip firm but desperate. Elara, if you go to her, you'll never return. From the shadows stepped a figure that mirrored Kalen perfectly, but his eyes glowed like molten amber, and his smile curved cruel. His voice curled around her like smoke. You think he can protect you? Ha ha! He is the curse. Every step you take with him, you sink deeper into the same chains that bind him.
Elara.
Her breath caught again. This time it was Kalen's voice, but darker, smoother, dripping with venom. From the shadows stepped a figure that mirrored Kalen perfectly, but his eyes glowed like molten amber, and his smile curved cruel. His voice curled around her like smoke. You think he can protect you. He is the curse. Every step you take with him, you sink deeper into the same chains that bind him. Shadow Kalen moving closer. Look at him. Even now he hides from you. The truth of his curse, the blood on his hands. Do you really believe he deserves to be saved? Alara's chest tightened. She turned toward the real Kalen, whose eyes now burned with fury, but also something fragile like fear. Kalen's voice, sharp but low, firmly, do not believe him. He is nothing but the darkness I fight every day.
But if he is part of you,
The shadow Kalen chuckled, leaning closer, his voice silk and poison. Then he is the truest part of me. And if you save him, you will damn yourself. The labyrinth twisted again, mirrors rising around them, one reflecting the real Kalen, one reflecting his shadow, and countless others showing Elara trapped between them, reaching out, never choosing.
stop it.
She pressed her hand to her chest, where the eternal rose glowed faintly. A soft warmth pulsed against her skin, gentle, steady, unlike the chaos around her.
Oh, you are wrong.
Her eyes locked on the real Kalen, who stood silent, waiting, not begging. His stillness spoke louder than any plea. He trusted her to choose. Alara's tears fell, but her voice grew strong.
The man beside me is not the curse. He is the one fighting it.
The shadow, Kalen screamed, his form splintering like broken glass. Darkness writhed, recoiling, as the eternal rose flared with radiant light. Kalen stepped forward, catching Elara as her knees buckled, his arms wrapped around her, steady, grounding. You chose me, when you could have chosen the illusion.
Alara's breath shaky.
but firm.
I will always choose the truth, even if it terrifies me. The labyrinth groaned again, and a new door opened, etched with roses, thorns curl. The moment Alara and Kaelin crossed the broken gates, the world shifted. The night no longer felt like night. It was thicker, denser, as if the air itself had teeth. The labyrinth stretched before them, an endless sprawl of walls that weren't quite stone nor earth. They shimmered faintly as though alive, their surfaces crawling with veins of silver light that pulsed like a heartbeat.
Gently, with awe.
Ilara whispered, "It feels like it's watching us." Kaelin's jaw tightened. His hand rested lightly on the hilt of his sword, though he knew steel would be useless here. Low, steady. It is. The labyrinth isn't built of stone alone. It remembers. It listens. As if in answer, a ripple passed through the walls. For just a heartbeat, Ilara thought she saw faces, hundreds of them, mouthing silent screams before melting back into the stone. She shivered and clutched her lantern closer. Its light flickered, small and fragile against the vastness pressing in. Her blood ran cold. The voice was soft, familiar. Her mother's voice. No, it can't be. She turned sharply. Beyond the curve of the corridor, she saw their mother's figure. Draped in the same sky blue dress she used to wear, eyes warm, arms open. "My child, you've come back. Come to me." Tears stung Ilara's eyes. For a moment, the world fell away. The ache of years, the hole in her heart, it pulled her like a tide. She took a step forward, but Kaelin's hand caught hers, strong and unyielding. "Don't. It isn't her." Ilara's chest heaved. But her face, her voice. Kaelin stepped in front of her, shielding her from the illusion. His eyes blazed with a mix of pain and fury. That is how it begins. The labyrinth feeds on your grief. It will tear open every wound until you bleed willingly into its walls. The vision of her mother flickered. The face twisting, warping, he is hollowing into pits of black. Mouth stretching into a grin too wide, too cruel. A hiss slithered through the air as the figure melted into shadow, leaving only the cold echo of laughter. Alara's knees trembled. She pressed closer to Kaelin, whispering, "If it knows what we fear, then it knows everything." Kaelin's gaze softened, though his voice remained grave. "Then hold on to what it cannot touch. Your will, your heart. That's what keeps you alive." They pressed deeper into the labyrinth, corridors bent in impossible shapes, folding back on themselves. Sometimes, when Ilara looked over her shoulder, the path behind had already changed, sealing away their escape. Time unraveled here. Was it minutes or hours since they'd entered? She could no longer tell. Above them, a pale, ghostly moon hovered, though no sky could be seen. Its light fell unevenly, revealing glimpses of carvings along the walls, roses entwined with thorns, each blossom etched with tiny runes. When Ilara reached out to trace one, the rose bled crimson, dripping down the stone like fresh wounds. She pulled her hand back, heart racing. "Kaelin, why does it bleed?" Kaelin's face was shadowed, unreadable, because every rose here is a memory trapped. The labyrinth thrives on what it consumes and never lets go. Then came the whispers. At first faint, like rustling leaves, then louder, circling them, weaving through the corridors. Words she couldn't quite grasp, sometimes her name, sometimes her fears.
Ilara, you are nothing. Ilara, he will betray you. Ilara, you are alone.
She covered her ears. Stop it! Please stop! Kalen drew closer, his cloak brushing hers. His voice cut through the noise, sharp and commanding. Listen only to me. Those voices mean nothing. They are shadows, not truth. But even as he spoke, a figure emerged from the dark. A figure shaped like Kalen himself. The shadow Kalen smirked. She doesn't trust you. She shouldn't. You've lied before. You'll lie again. Ilara froze, staring between the real Kalen and the shadow. Both bore the same eyes, the same stance. Her chest tightened with fear. Which one? The shadow advanced, lips curling cruelly. He cannot protect you. He never could. I am the truth he hides. The real Kalen stepped forward, fury in his gaze. Enough! Steel flashed as he swung his blade at the imposter. The shadow dissolved into smoke with a vanishing into the walls. Silence crashed over them, leaving only the sound of Ilara's ragged breathing. Kalen sheathed his sword. That won't be the last. The labyrinth will use every mask it can, even mine. Ilara looked at him, tears glistening in her eyes. Then I'll remember this. You stood between me and the dark. I'll know the difference. Kalen's lips curved, not into a smile, but something quieter, a fleeting relief. The deeper they walked, the less the world felt real. Ilara's lantern flickered in her hand, its flame shrinking, as though the shadows devoured it. The labyrinth stretched endless, walls breathing faintly, like a giant creature slumbering around them. Her fingers brushed the cold stone again, and this time she felt a pulse, slow, steady, like a heartbeat beneath her palm. She snatched her hand back, shivering. It's alive! Kalen's eyes darkened. Alive, yes, and hungry. The corridors grew narrower, winding in cruel angles. Once, the floor shifted beneath them, becoming slick as water, though no water was in sight. Another time, they turned a corner and found themselves staring at their own footprints leading into the path ahead, as though time itself had looped back on them. Ilara whispered, "We've been here before, haven't we?" Kalen crouched to inspect the footprints. His fingers hovered above them, but did not touch. The labyrinth bends. It wants us lost, but it cannot hide forever. The heart always leaves a trail. The heart? She asked, confused. Kalen glanced at her, a flicker of warmth in his gaze. The eternal rose. It beats at the center of all this. If we listen closely enough, we will feel its call. Ilara! This time the voice came not like her mother's, but her own. A second Ilara stepped out of the wall, identical in every way. Same hair, same eyes, same trembling hands. Only the smile was wrong, too wide, too sharp. Poor child, the false Ilara whispered, circling her. You think you're strong, you think you're worthy of the rose. You're weak. You've always been weak. That's why everyone left you. Ilara staggered back, heart racing. Her throat closed as the words struck deep, too close to the fears she never spoke aloud. Kalen's voice thundered through the dark. Silence! But the shadow Ilara only laughed, the sound like broken glass. Even he pities you. Even he knows you'll fail. Ilara clutched her lantern, pressing it close to her chest. The flame flared suddenly, brighter than before, casting long beams of gold against the stone. The false Ilara hissed, recoiling, its body unraveling into smoke until nothing remained but silence. Ilara sank to her knees, trembling. Why does it know everything inside me? Kaelin knelt beside her, voice softer now, carrying a rare gentleness. Because it was built to. This labyrinth is a mirror of the soul. It shows you your fears, your grief, your shame. But remember, reflections are not truth. They cannot harm you unless you let them. Ilara's breath steadied, though her eyes still burned with tears. Then I'll endure it. I'll endure it all. For the rose. Kaelin's hand lingered a moment on her shoulder. No words, only a silent vow. They rose again and pressed forward. The labyrinth opened into a vast chamber, unlike the twisting halls before. Here the walls soared high, disappearing into shadow, and the floor was covered in petals, thousands of them, blood red, drifting endlessly from an unseen sky. Each petal shimmered faintly, as though carrying a fragment of memory. Ilara bent to pick one up. The instant her fingers touched it, she gasped. A vision surged into her. Herself as a child, laughing beneath the summer sun, her mother spinning her in circles. The warmth of that moment, the joy, it pierced her heart like light through darkness. She dropped the petal, breath ragged. These are lives, memories, all trapped here. Kaelin nodded grimly. Yes, the labyrinth hoards them, devours them. Not all who seek the rose escape. Their lives become fragments scattered like these petals. Ilara closed her eyes, whispering, "Then we carry them with us. Every step we take, we do it for those who never found the way." For the first time, Kaelin's lips curved in something close to a smile. Faint, but real. But the chamber was not empty. As they walked, the petals stirred unnaturally, rising into the air as though breathed to life. They swirled together, forming shapes, first vague, then solid. Dozens of figures stepped forth from the storm of petals, each faceless yet radiating despair. Their movements were slow, deliberate, and they began to close in. Ilara clutched Kaelin's arm. "What are they?" Kaelin drew his blade, the steel catching the lantern light. Echoes. What remains of those who fail? The faceless echoes reached out with clawed hands, whispering in voices that weren't voices, chilling, broken. One brushed Ilara's sleeve, and for a moment her vision clouded. She saw herself collapsing in this very labyrinth, lantern extinguished, her body turning to petals. "Harm!" she screamed, stumbling back. "They want to take me, Kaelin." Kaelin slashed through the figure, and it dissolved back into drifting petals. "Stay behind me. Hold your light high. Don't let them touch you." The chamber erupted into chaos. Echoes surged forward, countless hands grasping, shadows writhing. Kaelin's blade cut through them in arcs of silver, but for each one he struck down, more formed. Ilara's lantern flickered, its glow waning under the press of darkness. Her heart pounded. "Please, don't go out." And then she remembered. Her will, her heart. She closed her eyes, holding the lantern close. "This is my light. It is mine, not theirs." The flame flared, bursting brighter, golden fire washing over the chamber. The echoes shrieked, staggering back, dissolving like mist in the sun. One by one they fell until only silence remained, and the petals drifted lessly once more. Ilara opened her eyes, tears streaking her cheeks. The lantern blazed steady now, its glow stronger than ever. Kalen lowered his blade, staring at her with something unreadable. Respect, awe, perhaps even hope. You did that. Not me. You. Elara's voice shook, but her eyes were steady. Then maybe I'm not as weak as the shadows want me to believe. Kalen's silence was answer enough. And so, hand in hand with her light, Elara pressed deeper still, toward the heart of the labyrinth, where the true trials awaited, and where the eternal rose pulsed in the unseen dark. The labyrinth's corridors had grown darker, the air heavier, almost choking. Every step forward felt like moving through water, thick and resistant. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, curling toward them, whispering truths and lies alike. Elara's lantern flickered as a chilling voice echoed through the hall. Elara, you do not belong here. Kalen's hand tightened on hers. Do not listen. Only the light you carry matters. From the shadows emerged figures, not quite human, faces flickering with memories, Kalen's past and Elara's fears intertwined. A shadowy Kalen stepped forward, his eyes burning with malice. You trust me? You will regret it. Every choice binds you closer to the curse. Elara swallowed her fear, remembering the warmth of the eternal rose glowing in her chest. Awe-filled Elara stepped forward, hand in Kalen's. Quiet, resolute. Then we keep moving. Together. Kalen's lips curved into the faintest smile, shadows dancing across his face. Soft, low tone. Yes. Together. Gentle whisper fading. And so, hand in hand, they pressed on, deeper into the labyrinth, toward the trials yet to come, and the secrets the eternal rose still held. As they stepped beyond the labyrinth's final arch, the world opened into a garden unlike any they had ever seen. Night hovered above, but the sky was lit with a pale, silvery glow, casting everything in an ethereal light. The garden stretched endlessly, a forest of towering thorned vines intertwined with crimson roses. Each rose seemed to pulse faintly, like a heartbeat, echoing the eternal rhythm of the curse. Gasp! Awe-filled Elara's fingers brushed the nearest rose, and she felt a shiver race up her arm. Soft whisper, it's alive. Every single one. Kalen's eyes scanned the expanse, golden and alert. Low, wary. Stay close. The garden protects itself. Every vine, every petal, it senses intruders. One wrong step, and it won't let go. They began walking. The ground uneven, littered with fallen thorns that glinted like daggers in the moonlight. Shadows flitted between the towering vines, whispering voices of unseen watchers. Elara whispered, "It feels like it's watching us." Kalen's hand brushed hers instinctively, grounding her. Then we must be careful. The thorn garden doesn't forgive mistakes. Suddenly, a low rustling came from the vines ahead. The thorns began to twist, forming thick walls closing the paths behind them. A faint glow shimmered in the distance, the heart of the garden, pulsing like a distant star. Ilara's breath caught. We need to get there. But how? Kalen's gaze hardened, his hand tightening on his sword. By keeping our focus and trusting the path it allows. The roses guide us, but only if we don't falter. From the shadows between the vines, shapes began to emerge. Figures draped in petals, faces hidden beneath thorny veils. They moved gracefully, yet threateningly, circling the pair, as if testing their courage. Ilara clutched Kalen's arm, trembling but firm. They're alive. The vines, they made them. Kalen's eyes narrowed, grim, protective. Not made, awakened. They are echoes, like the labyrinth's shadows, only stronger, tethered to the garden's heart. The first echo stepped forward, thorned hands reaching out, its voice a mix of whisper and hiss. You cannot take what is ours. Leave, or be pricked forever. Steadying breath. Ilara stepped forward, lantern in hand, light flaring. Firm, courageous. We will not leave. We came for the rose, and nothing will stop us. The echo shrieked, recoiling as the light touched it, then split into dozens of petal-like shards, swirling in the air. The others hesitated, unsure, and Kalen took the opportunity to lead Ilara deeper. Gentle, tense narration. The path twisted like a serpent, and the garden responded. Vines curling, petals falling, shaping corridors that seemed alive. Every step brought a new challenge. Some petals burned with a cold flame. Others whispered doubts directly into their minds. Gasp, worried. Ilara froze for a moment. Soft whisper. It's trying to make me afraid. Like the labyrinth. Kalen's voice cut through, firm, guiding. Low, grounding. Remember what you learned there. Your light is stronger than their illusions. Hold on to it. Ilara nodded, clutching the glowing rose embedded in her chest. I will not falter. Not here. Not now. As they advanced, a massive wall of intertwined vines rose before them, impossibly high, blocking the way. Crimson thorns jutted outward like spears. A soft hum filled the air, resonating in Ilara's chest, the heartbeat of the garden, challenging them. Ilara turned to Kalen. How do we get past that? Kalen studied the wall, then knelt to touch a glowing thorn at the base. The heart of the garden beats within. We must move with it, not against it. Step when it pulses, only then will the path open. Ilara nodded, trembling but resolute. Step by step they moved in rhythm with the heartbeat. The vines shifted, petals folding, creating a narrow passage just wide enough for them to pass. They emerged on the other side, sweat on their brows, hearts racing. The glow ahead intensified, a single, massive rose pulsing in the center of a clearing, surrounded by protective vines. Its light bathed the garden, warm and golden, yet threatening. Ilara whispered, That must be it. The heart of the thorn garden. Kalen's eyes glimmered with determination. Then we face it together. Whatever trials come, we endure together. and hand in hand, they stepped forward toward the glowing rose, unaware of the unseen eyes watching, waiting for the moment to test their courage and the darkness that still lingered within the garden. The clearing around the glowing rose pulsed with light and shadow. Every pulse caused the vines to shiver, thorns glinting like knives ready to strike. Petals danced in the air, whispering faintly, echoing doubts and fears. Alara's fingers tightened around Kaylin's hand. It's beautiful, but it feels alive, dangerous. Kaylin's gaze swept the clearing. Everything here is a test. The rose protects itself, and it senses everything: fear, doubt, even hope. We must move carefully.
You cannot touch it. You do not belong here.
Elara drew a deep breath, lantern light flaring. We belong here. We came for this. Together. Swift movement, vines animate. Without warning, the protective vines lunged outward, twisting and curling like serpents. Each step required precision. One wrong move, and the thorns would pierce them. The ground beneath their feet shifted, turning into a maze of thorny paths that rearranged with every heartbeat. Elara stumbled once, the thorns grazing her sleeve. She froze, panic rising. Kaylin, it's too dangerous. Kaylin's hand gripped hers tightly, grounding her. Keep moving. Focus on the rose, not the thorns. Fear will only make it stronger. The petals now rose in spirals, forming illusions of people they had known, friends lost, memories of their past lives intertwined with the curse. Each illusion reached out, whispering, begging, taunting.
Turn back. You cannot succeed. Kaylin will fail, and you will fall with him.
Elara's heart raced, but she pressed forward, lantern held high. No, none of you control me. I will reach the rose. Kaylin swung his sword to clear the path, cutting through thorned illusions that tried to block them. Focus on the truth, Elara. Ignore everything else. The final stretch approached, a massive wall of intertwined vines, black and crimson, pulsing as if breathing. At its center, the eternal rose shone with blinding light. A low growl emanated from the wall, the thorns twisting into claw-like shapes, reaching for them. Elara stepped forward, her glowing rose in her chest, pulsing in rhythm with the garden's heartbeat. I will not be afraid. I will reach it. Kaylin mirrored her determination. Then we stepped together. They moved in unison, stepping in rhythm with the pulse. Each heartbeat synchronized their motion, guiding them through the deadly thorns. The claws lashed out, missing by mere inches as they advanced, petals swirling violently around them. Finally, they reached the center. The eternal rose towered above them, its petals glowing like molten gold, thorns curling protectively around it. The light bathed their faces, warm yet blinding. Elara stepped closer, feeling the pulse of the rose syncing with her own heartbeat. The garden stilled. The vines relaxed, thorns curling back as though acknowledging their success. The illusions dissolved, petals drifting gently to the ground, leaving the clearing bathed in golden light. Elara reached out, hand hovering over the eternal rose. This is what we've come for. Kaylin placed his hand over hers. Yes, but remember, the rose shows only a glimpse. Its power is far greater than we can see. We've survived the garden, but the true trials are yet to come. Elara nodded, eyes glimmering with determination. Then we will face them, together. And as the golden petals swirled around them, the thorn garden seemed to bow in silence, guarding its secret, waiting for the next step. of the journey. Beyond the golden light of the thorn garden, the path wound upward, leading to a tower that pierced the misty night sky. Its stones glimmered faintly, etched with runes that pulsed like quiet heartbeats. The air grew colder as they approached, carrying whispers that danced along the wind, some soothing, others sharp and dissonant, like broken chimes. Ilara tightened her grip on Kalen's hand. This is it. The Tower of Whispers. Kalen's eyes scanned the structure, golden and alert. Every step inside will test us, not just our bodies, but our minds. The whispers are alive. They will seek to turn us against each other. They began their ascent. The steps spiraled upward, stone worn smooth by time. The whispers grew louder with each step, forming patterns of voices, familiar, haunting, and sometimes impossibly close. Ilara. A voice echoed, sounding like someone she had loved and lost. Turn back. You cannot survive here. Kalen's hand brushed hers instinctively, grounding her. Ignore them. Only the truth matters here. Trust what you feel, not what they say. As they climbed, the tower walls seemed to breathe. Shadows flickered and twisted, forming shapes that resembled faces from their past. Friends, enemies, strangers, all staring, judging, pleading. Each step required courage, or the whispers would grow louder, clawing at their resolve. Ilara pressed closer to Kalen. Soft, determined. We've faced illusions before. We can do this too. Kalen nodded, voice low but steady. Calm, guiding. Then focus on each other. That is our anchor. Soft, eerie hum. From the twisting shadows, a figure emerged, neither fully solid nor entirely ghostly, a manifestation of Kalen's past mistakes, whispering accusations, doubts, and fears. Its eyes burned like molten amber, staring directly at Ilara, trying to plant seeds of mistrust. Gasp, tense. You think you know him, but he hides his truth. He will betray you, just as he has betrayed himself, it hissed. Ilara's chest tightened. Soft, steady. No. I choose to trust him. I've seen the truth, and he fights his darkness. Together, we face it. Kalen stepped forward, his sword glinting faintly. Low, commanding. Then let's end this. The shadow shrieked, unraveling into threads of black mist. The whispers briefly fell silent, giving them a moment of calm, a moment to breathe and prepare for the challenges yet above. Soft narration, mystical atmosphere. Higher and higher they climbed, until the spiral stairs opened into a chamber filled with floating platforms, suspended over a seemingly bottomless void. Each platform glimmered faintly, etched with glowing runes. Whispering winds threatened to unbalance them, testing every step. Gasp, awe-filled. Ilara looked down, stomach twisting. Soft, fearful. How? How do we cross? Kalen's eyes narrowed, golden with focus. Calm, guiding. Step carefully, in rhythm with the runes. They respond to our hearts. One misstep, and we fall, not just physically, but into illusions that trap the mind. Ilara drew a deep breath, feeling the pulse of the eternal rose in her chest. I trust my heart. And you. Kalen nodded, extending his hand. Together they stepped onto the first platform, light pulsing beneath their feet, guiding them safely forward. Midway across, the platforms began to tilt and shift. Illusions of falling appeared around them, the void seeming to surge upward, twisting reality. Whispers screamed louder, each echo trying to separate them. Alara gripped Kalen's arm. "Kalen, it's pulling us apart." Kalen's voice cut through, firm and grounding. "Focus on our rhythm. Our hearts beat together. Nothing can break that." The platform stabilized as they synchronized their steps, moving forward in perfect harmony. The whispers faltered, unable to disrupt the connection between their wills. Finally, they reached the top chamber, where a grand crystal hovered, suspended in air, humming with energy. The whispers converged here, forming words that only Alara could hear, offering secrets, promises, and temptations. It's the tower's heart," she whispered. Kalen's voice was steady, and it will try everything to sway us. But together, we are stronger than its lies. Hand in hand, they approached the crystal, ready to face the tower's ultimate test, one that would challenge their courage, trust, and the strength of the bond that had carried them through the labyrinth and the thorn garden. The crystal hovered, spinning slowly in the air, casting fractured beams of light across the chamber. The whispers were louder now, weaving through the air like invisible threads, twisting reality with every breath. Each sound seemed to burrow into their minds, probing for weakness, questioning their courage, their bond, their very purpose. Alara's fingers trembled as she reached toward the crystal. I can feel it. It's alive, more than anything I've ever known. Kalen placed his hand over hers, grounding her. Then we face it together. Every challenge, every doubt, together.
You cannot endure it. You will fail. You are unworthy.
Alara closed her eyes, heart thundering. "No. I've survived the labyrinth. I've faced the thorn garden. I will not falter now." Kalen's eyes glimmered with resolve. "Then step forward. Trust your heart, not the whispers." The crystal pulsed in response, golden light flooding the chamber. The floor trembled as ethereal platforms of light rose from the void below, forming a path leading directly to the center of the chamber. Each step resonated with the eternal rose within Alara's chest, syncing their heartbeat to the rhythm of the tower. Alara stepped forward, Kalen beside her, each movement precise, measured, resisting the illusions attempting to sway them. Shadows formed figures of their fears, lost friends, betrayals, doubts, hovering menacingly, their whispers twisting truth into lies.
Turn back. You're not ready.
Alara inhaled, lantern light bright in her hand. "No, we've come too far. I trust us, and our bond is stronger than your shadows." The shadows lunged, but each step Alara and Kalen took in unison caused them to dissolve into petals, drifting harmlessly to the ground. The crystal's glow intensified, revealing faint runes etched along the tower walls, symbols of protection, endurance, and courage. Alara's chest swelled as the pulse of the eternal rose within her grew stronger, echoing the rhythm of the tower. She reached toward the crystal. "I can feel its power, its wisdom. It's showing me." Kalen's voice, calm but intense, whispered, "Then see it, understand it. But remember, its truth is not for the faint-hearted." The crystal projected visions into Alara's mind, past heroes who had sought the rose, trials they endured, sacrifices made. She saw the labyrinth, the thorn garden, all her fears confronted and conquered. The tower itself seemed alive, watching, approving, testing the depth of her courage and the purity of her heart. It's not just power. It's a guide, a mirror of everything we are, everything we could be. Kalen reached out, placing his hand over hers again. You are worthy. We are ready. Together, we hold the light. The crystal descended slowly, golden rays bathing them both. The tower walls shimmered, revealing hidden passages, paths to secrets, knowledge, and challenges yet unseen. The whispers now spoke clearly, but their tone was no longer threatening. It was instructive, guiding them toward the next trial. Alara's eyes glimmered with understanding. The tower, it trusts us. We've proven ourselves. Kalen nodded, golden eyes shining with pride and determination. This is only the beginning. Whatever comes next, we face it together, always. And hand in hand, hearts synchronized with the eternal rose, they stepped forward, toward the new paths revealed within the Tower of Whispers, ready to face the trials and secrets that awaited, their bond unbreakable, their courage unwavering, their journey far from over. Beyond the Tower of Whispers, the air grew colder, almost tangible in its heaviness. Mist swirled around them, thick and dark, obscuring the path ahead. The ground beneath their feet shifted subtly, as if the veil itself were alive, watching, judging. Alara shivered, wrapping her cloak tighter.
Kalen, I can feel it. This place. It's different. Darker.
Kalen's eyes scanned the endless fog, golden and alert.
Every step here will test more than our bodies. It will probe our fears, our doubts, even our memories. The Veil of Shadows doesn't forgive weakness.
Shadows moved within the mist, twisting and merging, forming vague figures, half real, half illusion. Their whispers were sharp, fragmented, sometimes sounding like voices Alara had known and lost. Alara, you are alone. Kalen will leave you. You cannot succeed. Kalen's hand brushed hers instinctively, grounding her.
Ignore them. Only our truth matters here. Only what we feel, together.
They began walking, careful with every step. The mist seemed to pull at their feet, subtle yet persistent, trying to lead them astray. Shapes flitted in and out, testing their perception. For a moment, Alara thought she saw herself, frail, trembling, on a path leading away from Kalen.
No, I will not follow fear. Only forward.
She whispered, clutching the glowing rose within her chest. Kalen nodded, voice low and grounding.
Then we step forward, together. Let the veil test us. It cannot break what is already strong.
The mist thickened, forming walls that twisted around them, shaping corridors that seemed endless. Echoes of laughter and cries mingled, creating an unsettling symphony. Every step forward demanded courage, as illusions attempted to distract, tempt, or terrify. A shadowy figure emerged, taller than any human, eyes burning with a cold, empty light. Its voice was a harsh whisper, yet every word struck like a dagger.
You think you understand trust, courage, love. You will fall. You cannot hold the rose.
Alara's chest tightened. No. I've endured the labyrinth, the thorn garden, the tower. I will endure this too. Together, always. Kalen stepped forward, sword glowing faintly. Then face it. We do not run. We do not falter. The shadow lunged, and the veil seemed to ripple with dark energy. Alara held her lantern high. Its light flared, golden and steady, cutting through the darkness. The shadow hesitated, shrieking, then dissolved into mist, scattering harmlessly. Elera's heart pounded, but she felt the rose's warmth within her, stronger than ever. We can do this. We are stronger than its darkness. Kaylin's eyes softened, a rare smile flickering. Yes, and as long as we hold together, nothing can stop us. The path opened into a vast expanse, a chasm of swirling shadows with floating islands of stone. Each island was etched with runes that glowed faintly, their light reacting to the heartbeat of the eternal rose. Mist swirled violently between them, hiding gaps that could swallow them whole. Elera peered over the first island, stomach twisting. How do we cross? Kaylin studied the runes, voice calm and firm. Step only when the light pulses. The rose will guide us. One misstep, and the veil will try to claim our minds, trap our fears. Elera drew a deep breath, feeling the pulse of the rose sinking with her heartbeat. I trust us. I trust our hearts. Together, they stepped onto the first stone island. Light flared beneath their feet, guiding them safely forward. Each step required concentration, their movements in perfect sync. The shadows writhed below, reaching, clawing, whispering. One island tilted suddenly, threatening to send them falling into the void. Elera stumbled, but Kaylin caught her hand. Focus, Elera. Trust the pulse. Trust us. The light beneath them brightened, steadying the platform. Slowly, carefully, they moved forward, island by island, illusions and whispers failing to break their rhythm. Finally, they reached a massive platform suspended at the heart of the chasm. In its center floated a shadowed figure, a guardian of the veil, dark and immense, shrouded in swirling shadows. Its voice echoed directly into their minds.
You dare reach this far, yet your hearts are weak. Prove your courage, your bond, or be consumed forever.
Elera stepped forward, heart steady despite the fear. We've proven ourselves at every step. We will not falter now. Kaylin drew his sword, eyes glowing with determination.
Together, always.
The veil surged, shadows striking, testing their bond. But Elera held her light high, Kaylin steady beside her. The rose's warmth spread through her, sinking their heartbeats. They faced the guardian together, unwavering. Finally, the shadows recoiled, the guardian dissipating into golden mist, revealing a glowing pathway forward, a door beyond the veil, leading to secrets of the eternal rose, yet unseen. Elera and Kaylin clasped hands, hearts pounding, eyes shining. We survived, together. And whatever lies beyond, we will face it, always together. And as the veil of shadows fell silent behind them, a new horizon stretched ahead, promising trials, revelations, and the deeper mysteries of the eternal rose. The floating islands trembled beneath their feet, the mist thickening into a suffocating blanket of darkness. Each step felt like wading through thick water, and the whispers grew louder, forming fragments of voices, some pleading, some accusing, some mocking. Elera, Kaylin, you cannot survive. Your hearts will betray you. Elera's hands shook as she gripped the glowing rose within her chest. No! We've come too far! We won't let fear guide us! Kaylin's golden eyes scanned the swirling shadows. voice low and firm.
Focus on each other. Ignore the whispers. Only our bond can guide us through this.
Soft, tense, rustle, shadows forming. Suddenly, the mist coalesced into enormous shadowy figures, towering above them, faceless yet menacing. Each figure reached out with elongated clawed hands, trying to separate them, whispering doubts directly into their minds. You will fail. You are not strong enough. He will leave you. Alara stumbled, the shadows clawing at her courage.
I can't.
Kaelin caught her hand, anchoring her. Yes, you can. Together. Always. The glowing rose inside her chest flared brilliantly, sending waves of golden light through the mist. The shadows shrieked and recoiled, the whispers twisting into echoes of fear that evaporated under the light. Alara steadied herself, drawing strength from the warmth of the rose in Kaelin's hand. We are stronger than your darkness. We face this together. From the heart of the mist, a massive shadow guardian took form, its body shifting, tendrils of darkness writhing, eyes like voids of endless night. It spoke, a voice both everywhere and nowhere. Prove that your hearts are unbroken. Fail and be consumed by the veil forever. Alara stepped forward, lantern light blazing. We will not fail. Together, nothing can break us. Kaelin's sword ignited with golden energy, mirroring the rose's pulse. Then face it. Together. The guardian lunged, striking with tendrils of darkness that twisted reality around them. Platforms tilted violently. Illusions of past fears materialized, and the mist tried to pull them apart. But Alara and Kaelin moved in perfect synchronization, each heartbeat aligned with the rose's pulse, dispelling the illusions with light and trust. Alara's voice rang out, unwavering. We have faced every trial, labyrinth, garden, tower, and we will face this too. The guardian shrieked as golden light enveloped the mist, tendrils recoiling, illusions dissolving. The floating islands stabilized, forming a glowing path toward the heart of the veil. Kaelin looked at Alara, eyes shining with pride. You held your courage. You held your light, and together we cannot be broken. Alara nodded, feeling the pulse of the rose syncing perfectly with her heartbeat. Then let's finish this, together. The Shadow Guardian screamed as the golden light of Alara's rose flared, filling the mist with warmth that cut through the suffocating darkness. Each heartbeat sent ripples of light across the floating islands, solidifying paths and dissolving illusions that had haunted them since the veil began. Alara's hands glowed, lantern light merging with the rose's pulse. We've faced everything. We are stronger, together. Kaelin's sword blazed with synchronized energy. Step forward, trust the rose, trust us. The guardian lunged one final time, tendrils of darkness attempting to separate them. The platforms wobbled perilously, mist twisting into phantom hands, whispering fears and regrets. But Alara and Kaelin moved as one, each step perfectly timed with the pulse of the rose. Alara's voice rang out, unwavering. You will not divide us. Our bond is stronger than your darkness. The golden light erupted in all directions. The guardian shrieked, dissolving into mist and fading into nothingness. The shadows scattered, the mist thinning, revealing a glowing pathway beyond the veil. Alara steadied herself, breathing deeply, feeling the warmth of the rose radiate through her. We did it! We survived the veil. Together. Kaelin smiled, eyes golden and proud. Yes. And whatever awaits beyond, we face it united, always together. The floating islands merged into a single path, guiding them to a shimmering portal at the edge of the veil. Its surface rippled like water, reflecting countless possibilities, secrets, and challenges yet unseen. Alara looked into the portal, feeling a thrill of anticipation. This is our next step. Whatever lies beyond, we are ready. Kaelin's hand found hers, fingers entwined. Then let's step forward, together, into the unknown. And hand in hand, hearts bound by courage and trust, they crossed the threshold of the Veil of Shadows, leaving the darkness behind and stepping toward the next realm, where the eternal rose awaited, with secrets more profound than they could imagine. The portal, beyond the Veil of Shadows, deposited them at the edge of a vast lake. Its surface was unnaturally still, reflecting the moon and stars perfectly, yet somehow darker, as if the water itself held memories and secrets of the world. Mist rose from the lake in curling wisps, carrying whispers that danced across their skin like cold fingers. Alara stepped forward, lantern light flickering. The reflections, they're not just showing the sky. They're showing us. Kaelin's eyes scanned the water, golden and alert. Every mirror here is a trial. Every reflection tests your heart, your mind, your deepest fears. Step wrong, and you may never leave. The first wave of illusions appeared, distorted reflections of themselves, eyes hollow, faces twisted in despair. Each one whispered accusations, doubts, and fears. You cannot trust him. You will fall. Your courage is weak. Alara's chest tightened, heart pounding. No, I trust us. I trust our bond. We've survived everything together. Kaelin stepped forward, sword drawn, light shimmering along its edge. Then we stepped carefully. Trust the reflections, but do not let them control you. As they moved across the lake, stepping on floating stones of glass-like water, each reflection shifted violently, forming phantom hands that tried to pull them in. A cold wind rose, carrying voices of past failures, echoing tragedies, and whispered temptations to give up. Alara almost faltered as a reflection of herself reached out, pleading, sorrowful. Kaelin, I'm scared. I can't. Kaelin's hand found hers, grounding her. You can. We've faced shadows, illusions, and darkness before. This is just another test. We do it together. The reflections shrieked, trying to trap their minds, but the glowing rose inside Alara's chest flared, sending waves of golden light across the lake. The illusions distorted and shattered, splashing harmlessly as ripples spread outward. Alara's eyes glimmered with renewed determination. We are stronger than this. We will not be divided. Kaelin nodded, voice low and fierce. One step at a time, together. The lake may test us, but our bond is unbreakable. The floating path shifted, forming a bridge of light across the heart of the lake. Golden reflections of the eternal rose pulsed beneath the surface, guiding them toward the lake's center, where the next challenge awaited. A being of pure reflective energy, guardian of the lake of mirrors, testing the truth of their courage and trust. Alara inhaled deeply, lantern held high. This is it. We face it together. Kaylin's hand tightened on hers, sword gleaming faintly. Low, protective. Then let's prove that nothing, no illusion, no fear can separate us. Soft magical hum, suspense rising. The lake shuddered as the guardian emerged, its mirrored form reflecting every fear, doubt, and memory of Alara and Kaylin. Its voice was everywhere, echoing through the water and mist. Only those pure of heart, unbroken in trust, may pass. Fail, and the lake claims your soul forever. Gasp, tense. Alara stepped forward, chest glowing with the rose's pulse. Soft, courageous. We are ready. Together, always. Dramatic swell, magical crescendo, and as the guardian lunged, rippling the lake with waves of shadow and reflection, Alara and Kaylin moved in perfect unison, their hearts beating in sync with the eternal rose, their courage burning brighter than the illusions trying to engulf them. Soft eerie ripple, water shimmering. The portal beyond the veil of shadows deposited them at the edge of a vast lake. Its surface was unnaturally still, reflecting the moon and stars perfectly, yet somehow darker, as if the water itself held memories and secrets of the world. Mist rose from the lake in curling wisps, carrying whispers that danced across their skin like cold fingers. Gasp, awe-filled. Alara stepped forward, lantern light flickering, soft, cautious. The reflections. They're not just showing the sky. They're showing us. Kaylin's eyes scanned the water, golden and alert. Low, measured. Every mirror here is a trial. Every reflection tests your heart, your mind, your deepest fears. Step wrong, and you may never leave. Soft, tense rustle, water rippling. The first wave of illusions appeared. Distorted reflections of themselves. Eyes hollow, faces twisted in despair. Each one whispered accusations, doubts, and fears. Gasp, anxious. You cannot trust him. You will fall. Your courage is weak. Alara's chest tightened, heart pounding. Soft, determined. No, I trust us. I trust our bond. We've survived everything together. Kaylin stepped forward, sword drawn, light shimmering along its edge. Low, protective. Then we step carefully. Trust the reflections, but do not let them control you. As they moved across the lake, stepping on floating stones of glass-like water, each reflection shifted violently, forming phantom hands that tried to pull them in. A cold wind rose, carrying voices of past failures, echoing tragedies, and whispered temptations to give up. Alara almost faltered as a reflection of herself reached out, pleading, sorrowful. Kaylin, I'm scared. I can't. Kaylin's hand found hers, grounding her. You can. We've faced shadows, illusions, and darkness before. This is just another test. We do it together. The reflections shrieked, trying to trap their minds, but the glowing rose inside Alara's chest flared, sending waves of golden light across the lake. The illusions distorted and shattered, splashing harmlessly as ripples spread outward. Alara's eyes glimmered with renewed determination. We are stronger than this. We will not be divided. Kaylin nodded, voice low and fierce. One step at a time, together. The lake may test us, but our bond is unbreakable. The floating path shifted, forming a bridge of light across the heart of the lake. Golden reflections of the eternal rose pulsed beneath the surface, guiding them toward the lake's center, where the next challenge awaited. A being of pure reflective energy, guardian of the lake of mirrors, testing the truth of their courage and trust. Alara inhaled deeply, lantern held high. This is it. We face it together. Kalen's hand tightened on hers, sword gleaming faintly. Then let's prove that nothing, no illusion, no fear can separate us. The lake shuddered as the guardian emerged, its mirrored form reflecting every fear, doubt, and memory of Alara and Kalen. Its voice was everywhere, echoing through the water and mist. Only those pure of heart, unbroken in trust, may pass. Fail, and the lake claims your soul forever. Alara stepped forward, chest glowing with the rose's pulse. We are ready. Together. Always. And as the guardian lunged, rippling the lake with waves of shadow and reflection, Alara and Kalen moved in perfect unison, their hearts beating in sync with the eternal rose, their courage burning brighter than the illusions trying to engulf them. The portal, beyond the veil of shadows, deposited them at the edge of a vast lake. Its surface was unnaturally still, reflecting the moon and stars perfectly, yet somehow darker, as if the water itself held memories and secrets of the world. Mist rose from the lake in curling wisp, carrying whispers that danced across their skin like cold fingers. Alara stepped forward, lantern light flickering. The reflections, they're not just showing the sky. They're showing us. Kalen's eyes scanned the water, golden and alert. Every mirror here is a trial. Every reflection tests your heart, your mind, your deepest fears. Step wrong, and you may never leave. CZ terror. Each one whispered accusations, doubts, and fears.
You cannot trust him. You will fall. Your courage is weak.
Alara's chest tightened, heart pounding. No, I trust us. I trust our bond. We've survived everything together. Kalen stepped forward, sword drawn, light shimmering along its edge. Then we step carefully. Trust the reflections, but do not let them control you. As they moved across the lake, stepping on floating stones of glass-like water, each reflection shifted violently, forming phantom hands that tried to pull them in. A cold wind rose, carrying voices of past failures, echoing tragedies, and whispered temptations to give up. Alara almost faltered as a reflection of herself reached out, pleading, sorrowful. Kalen, I'm scared. I can't. Kalen's hand found hers, grounding her. You can. We've faced shadows, illusions, and darkness before. This is just another test. We do it together. The reflections shrieked, trying to trap their minds, but the glowing rose inside Alara's chest flared, sending waves of golden light across the lake. The illusions distorted and shattered, splashing harmlessly as ripples spread outward. Alara's eyes glimmered with renewed determination. We are stronger than this. We will not be divided. Kalen nodded, voice low and fierce. One step at a time, together. The lake may test us, but our bond is unbreakable. The floating path shifted, forming a bridge of light across the heart of the lake. Golden reflections of the eternal rose pulsed beneath the surface, guiding them toward the lake's center, where the next challenge awaited. A being of pure reflective energy, guardian of the Lake of Mirrors, testing the truth of their courage and trust. Elara inhaled deeply, lantern held high. This is it. We face it together. Kaylin's hand tightened on hers, sword gleaming faintly. Then let's prove that nothing, no illusion, no fear, can separate us. The lake shuddered as the Guardian emerged, its mirrored form reflecting every fear, doubt, and memory of Elara and Kaylin. Its voice was everywhere, echoing through the water and mist. Only those pure of heart, unbroken in trust, may pass. Fail, and the lake claims your soul forever. Elara stepped forward, chest glowing with the rose's pulse. We are ready, together, always. And as the Guardian lunged, rippling the lake with waves of shadow and reflection, Elara and Kaylin moved in perfect unison, their hearts beating in sync with the lake quivered beneath their feet, reflections twisting violently, forming grotesque and distorted images of themselves and each other. Every shadow whispered doubts, fears, and regrets, echoing past failures. The mist thickened, wrapping around them like cold fingers, trying to obscure the glowing path of the rose. Elara's chest tightened as a reflection of herself reached out from the water, eyes hollow and pleading. You cannot trust him. You will fail. Your courage is weak. Kaylin's hand found hers, grounding her. Ignore it. Only our hearts guide us. Together, nothing can break us. The Guardian of the Lake, a massive being of shifting mirrored energy, emerged from the center, its eyes reflecting every fear and memory Elara and Kaylin had ever faced. It spoke directly into their minds. Prove your hearts are true. Fail, and your reflections will consume you. Elara gritted her teeth, feeling the pulse of the eternal rose sinking with her heartbeat. We've survived every trial before this. Together, we cannot fail. The Guardian lunged, sending waves that distorted the platforms of floating stones. Illusions sprang from the water. Phantoms of lost friends, enemies and twisted versions of themselves, each reaching out, whispering accusations and fears. Kaylin swung his sword, light glinting with golden energy. Step in rhythm with the rose. Do not falter. Elara followed, lantern high, heart synced with Kaylin's and the rose's pulse. Each step caused the illusions to shatter into harmless ripples, the mist thinning around them. The Guardian recoiled, but surged again, its mirrored surface splitting into multiple phantoms, surrounding them from all sides. Elara's voice rang out, unwavering. We are stronger than this. We will not be divided. Nothing can break our bond. Kaylin's eyes blazed with determination. One step, one heartbeat, together. Trust in the rose. Trust in us. The golden light of the rose exploded outward, shattering several phantom guardians at once. The mirrored illusions screamed, twisting into fragments before dissolving entirely into glowing droplets across the lake. Ilara's chest glowed brighter as the pulse of the rose radiated through the lake, sinking with every heartbeat. We are ready, always together. The path of floating stones stabilized, forming a glowing bridge toward the lake's center. The Guardian recoiled, but its core shimmered, revealing that the final test, beyond courage and trust, was yet to come. Kaylin placed his hand over hers, eyes shining. The hardest part is ahead, but whatever comes, we face it together. And as they prepared to step onto the final platform, The mirrored guardian pulsed with dark energy, signaling that the ultimate confrontation and revelation of the lake's secret was about to unfold. The lake quivered beneath their feet, reflections twisting violently, forming grotesque and distorted images of themselves and each other. Every shadow whispered doubts, fears, and regrets, echoing past failures. The mist thickened, wrapping around them like cold fingers, trying to obscure the glowing path of the rose. Ilara's chest tightened as a reflection of herself reached out from the water, eyes hollow and pleading. You cannot trust him. You will fail. Your courage is weak. Kellen's hand found hers, grounding her. Low, firm. Ignore it. Only our hearts guide us. Together, nothing can break us. The guardian of the lake, a massive being of shifting mirrored energy, emerged from the center, its eyes reflecting every fear and memory Ilara and Kalen had ever faced. It spoke directly into their minds. Prove your hearts are true. Fail, and your reflections will consume you. Ilara gritted her teeth, feeling the pulse of the eternal rose sinking with her heartbeat. Soft, determined. We've survived every trial before this. Together, we cannot fail. Soft, suspenseful hum, water rippling violently. The guardian lunged, sending waves that distorted the platforms of floating stones. Illusions sprang from the water, phantoms of lost friends, enemies, and twisted versions of themselves, each reaching out, whispering accusations and fears. Kalen swung his sword, light glinting with golden energy. Low, commanding. Step in rhythm with the rose, do not falter. Ilara followed, lantern high, heart synced with Kalen's and the rose's pulse. Each step caused the illusions to shatter into harmless ripples, the mist thinning around them. The guardian recoiled but surged again, its mirrored surface splitting into multiple phantoms, surrounding them from all sides. Dramatic tension, heartbeat echoing. Ilara's voice rang out, unwavering. Soft, fierce. We are stronger than this. We will not be divided. Nothing can break our bond. Kalen's eyes blazed with determination. Low, resolute. One step, one heartbeat, together. Trust in the rose. Trust in us. Magical pulse crescendo. The golden light of the rose exploded outward, shattering several phantom guardians at once. The mirrored illusions screamed, twisting into fragments before dissolving entirely into glowing droplets across the lake. Gasp! Awe filled. Ilara's chest glowed brighter as the pulse of the rose radiated through the lake, sinking with every heartbeat. Soft, emotional. We are ready, always together. The path of floating stones stabilized, forming a glowing bridge toward the lake's center. The guardian recoiled, but its core shimmered, revealing that the final test, beyond courage and trust, was yet to come. Kalen placed his hand over hers, eyes shining. The hardest part is ahead. But whatever comes, we face it together. And as they prepared to step onto the final platform, the mirrored guardian pulsed with dark energy, signaling that the ultimate confrontation and revelation of the lake's secret was about to unfold. The lake quivered beneath their feet, reflections twisting violently, forming grotesque and distorted images of themselves and each other. Every shadow whispered doubts, fears, and regrets, echoing past failures. The mist thickened, wrapping around them like cold fingers, trying to obscure the glowing path of the rose. Gasp. Alara's chest tightened as a reflection of herself reached out from the water, eyes hollow and pleading.
You cannot trust him. You will fail. Your courage is weak.
Kaylin's hand found hers, grounding her. Ignore it. Only our hearts guide us. Together, nothing can break us. The guardian of the lake, a massive being of shifting mirrored energy, emerged from the center, its eyes reflecting every fear and memory Alara and Kaylin had ever faced. It spoke directly into their minds. Prove your hearts are true. Fail, and your reflections will consume you. Gasp. Alara gritted her teeth, feeling the pulse of the eternal rose sinking with her heartbeat.
We've survived every trial before this. Together, we cannot fail.
The guardian lunged, sending waves that distorted the platforms of floating stones. Illusions sprang from the water, phantoms of lost friends, enemies, and twisted versions of themselves, each reaching out, whispering accusations and fears. Kaylin swung his sword, light glinting with golden energy. Step in rhythm with the rose. Do not falter. Alara followed, lantern high, heart synced with Kaylin's and the rose's pulse. Each step caused the illusions to shatter into harmless ripples, the mist thinning around them. The guardian recoiled but surged again, its mirrored surface splitting into multiple phantoms, surrounding them from all sides. Alara's voice rang out, unwavering.
We are stronger than this. We will not be divided. Nothing can break our bond.
Kaylin's eyes blazed with determination. One step, one heartbeat, together. Trust in the rose, trust in us. The golden light of the rose exploded outward, shattering several phantom guardians at once. The mirrored illusions screamed, twisting into fragments before dissolving entirely into glowing droplets across the lake. Alara's chest glowed brighter as the pulse of the rose radiated through the lake, sinking with every heartbeat.
We are ready. Always together.
The path of floating stones stabilized, forming a glowing bridge toward the lake's center. The guardian recoiled, but its core shimmered, revealing that the final test, beyond courage and trust, was yet to come. Kaylin placed his hand over hers, eyes shining. The hardest part is ahead, but whatever comes, we face it together. And as they prepared to step onto the final platform, the mirrored guardian pulsed with dark energy, signaling that the ultimate confrontation and revelation of the lake's secret was about to unfold. Eternal rose, their courage burning brighter than the illusions trying to engulf them. The mirrored guardian surged forward, its body fracturing into countless reflections, each one echoing fears, regrets, and doubts. The mist twisted violently, threatening to swallow the floating stones and the path they had fought so hard to stabilize. Alara gritted her teeth, lantern held high. We've faced darkness before, and we will not fail now. Kaylin's sword glowed brighter than ever, synced with the pulse of the eternal rose. Step with me. Trust the rose. Trust us. The guardian lunged, tendrils of reflective energy trying to separate them. Shadows of doubt reached into their minds, whispering, twisting reality. Alara felt a pang of fear, a reflection of herself crying out to give up. I can't. It's too strong. Kaelin squeezed her hand, voice steady, grounding her. Yes, you can. Together. Always. The rose flared, sending waves of golden light across the lake. The illusions shattered into thousands of sparkling droplets, and the guardian screamed, recoiling. Its mirrored body cracked, reflecting the courage, trust, and love of Alara and Kaelin back at itself. Alara stepped forward, lantern held high, light merging with the rose. We are stronger than your darkness. Together, nothing can break us. The Guardian attempted one final strike, but Kaelin and Alara moved in perfect unison, synchronized with the pulse of the rose. The golden light enveloped the Guardian completely, and it shattered into a cascade of sparkling fragments, dissolving harmlessly into the lake. The mist cleared, revealing the lake's true surface, calm, serene, reflecting the moon and stars in perfect harmony. A glowing path now stretched from the edge of the lake to a distant, shimmering gateway, beyond which lay the next realm of their journey. Alara's chest swelled as she felt the rose's warmth fill her. We've done it! The Guardian is defeated, and the lake has revealed its path. Kaelin's eyes softened, pride and relief in his gaze. Yes, and whatever awaits beyond this gateway, we will face it together. Hand in hand, hearts bound by courage, trust, and the eternal rose, they stepped onto the glowing path. The lake behind them shimmered with light, reflecting not only their victory, but the unbreakable bond that would carry them through the next magical trials and mysteries awaiting them. Beyond the glowing gateway of the Lake of Mirrors, a forest unfolded. Trees and plants made entirely of crystal, their branches catching the moonlight and scattering it into dazzling patterns. The ground beneath them sparkled with shards of crystal, each step echoing with a delicate chime, like the faintest music of 1,000 bells. Alara stepped carefully, lantern in hand, watching her reflection dance across the crystalline trunks. It's beautiful, but I feel it. Something's watching us. Kaelin's eyes scanned the forest, golden and alert. The forest is alive. Every crystal can reflect, distort, and even trap thoughts. Step wrong, and it will twist your perception. It tests not just courage, but clarity of mind. Suddenly, the wind shifted, carrying a sharp, harmonic hum. The crystal trees began to glow faintly, forming shadowy figures within their translucent trunks. Eyes of pure light stared at them, and whispering voices filled the air, half song, half warning. You cannot pass. Your hearts are unworthy. Your courage is fragile. Alara's grip tightened on the rose, pulse syncing with her heartbeat. No, we've faced illusions before, and we've survived. Together, nothing can break us. Kaelin stepped forward, sword gleaming faintly in the reflected light. Then step carefully. Trust the rose. Trust each other. And we move forward. The shadowy guardians emerged fully. Figures forged from crystal light and darkness intertwined, moving silently but swiftly. Their eyes glowed like molten crystal, and every movement seemed to resonate with the forest itself, sending tremors across the ground. One guardian lunged at them, its form twisting and reflecting Alara's deepest fears. A vision of herself, alone, failing Kaylin. I can't. Kaylin caught her arm, grounding her. Yes, you can, together. Always. Alara raised the rose, letting its golden light merge with the shimmering crystals around them. The light pulsed in perfect rhythm with their heartbeats, sending waves across the forest. Shadows of fear and doubt fractured, scattering into harmless shards that tinkled like tiny bells. Alara's voice rang out, unwavering. We are stronger than your illusions. We will not falter. Kaylin's sword glowed, reflecting the rose's light. Step forward, one step at a time, together. The guardians recoiled as Alara and Kaylin moved in perfect synchronization, their courage and trust in each other overwhelming the distorted reflections. Each step illuminated the path deeper into the forest, revealing a glowing archway at its center, a gateway to the forest's heart, where the true guardian and next trial awaited. Alara inhaled deeply, holding the lantern high. This is it, the heart of the crystal forest. Kaylin's hand found hers, fingers entwined. Then we face it together, as we always do. And as they stepped toward the archway, the forest seemed to pulse around them, crystals vibrating in harmony with the eternal rose, signaling that the first trial of the crystal forest had reached its peak, and the ultimate challenge was ready to begin. The deeper they stepped into the forest, the more alive it became. Every shard of crystal reflected not just light, but their fears, twisting, distorting, forming moving illusions that whispered of failure, betrayal, and loss. The ground trembled with each step, and the air was thick with a harmonic resonance that seemed to pierce their minds. Alara's reflection suddenly split in the crystal before her, showing a version of herself hesitating, leaving Kaylin behind. I can't. What if I fail it? Kaylin's golden eyes locked on hers, steady and grounding. Yes, you can. The heart of the forest revealed itself. A vast clearing, filled with towering crystalline trees that radiated light in every direction. At its center floated the guardian of the crystal forest, a being of pure reflected energy, its form constantly shifting and refracting into countless shapes. Its eyes glowed like molten crystal, and a harmonic resonance filled the air, pressing against their minds. Alara gripped the eternal rose tightly, lantern held high. We've come too far to be stopped by illusions or fear. Kaylin's sword ignited with golden energy, syncing with the pulse of the rose. Step together. Trust the rose. Trust each other. The guardian lunged, sending shards of reflected light and dark illusions spiraling toward them. The forest itself seemed to fight back, twisting paths, distorting reflections, attempting to separate them. Every step was a test of trust and courage. One reflection of Alara tried to pull her backward, whispering her deepest fears. You'll fail. Leave him. You're weak. Kaylin caught her hand firmly. No. We face it together. Nothing can break us. Alara raised the rose, its golden glow merging with the light of the crystalline trees. Waves of brilliance radiated outward, shattering illusions and scattering phantom guardians into harmless, sparkling shards. The guardian shrieked, its form cracking under the pure courage and trust flowing from the pair. Ilara's voice rang out, steady and powerful. "We are stronger than your illusions. Together, we cannot be defeated." Kalen's sword flared, light striking in perfect sync with the rose. Step forward. One heartbeat, one step together. The Guardian attempted one final strike, but their hearts and courage, bound with the eternal rose, proved unbreakable. Golden light engulfed the Guardian completely, shattering it into a cascade of sparkling crystal fragments that dissolved harmlessly into the forest floor. The mist and illusions cleared, revealing the true path, a glowing archway leading out of the forest and toward the next realm. The crystal trees pulsed gently, as if acknowledging their victory and guiding them forward. Ilara felt the warmth of the rose fill her completely. We did it. The Guardian is defeated. The forest's secret revealed. Kalen smiled, eyes soft and proud. Yes, and whatever awaits beyond this archway, we will face it together, hand in hand, hearts bound by courage, trust, and the eternal rose. They stepped through the archway, leaving the crystal forest behind. Ahead lay a new horizon filled with mysteries, trials, and adventures yet unseen. Their bond stronger than ever. Beyond the crystal forest, the sky opened into vast heights. Floating islands and bridges of stone and light led to the skyward citadel, a majestic fortress suspended among the clouds, its spires piercing the heavens. Golden light shimmered along its walls, but shadows clung to the edges, hinting at trials yet unseen. Ilara squinted at the soaring towers. It's incredible, but I can feel it. Something watches every step we take. Kalen's golden eyes scanned the floating pathways. The citadel is alive. Every platform, every spire can test your mind, body, and heart. Step wrong, and you may fall, or worse, be trapped in illusions of your deepest fears. As they crossed the first floating bridge, shadows formed along the edges, twisting into figures of ancient guardians, winged creatures forged of cloud and light, their eyes burning like starlight. Their wings swept the air, creating gusts that threatened to knock Ilara and Kalen from the path. Ilara's lantern flickered, heart pounding. How do we cross this? Kalen placed a steadying hand on hers. Focus on each other. Trust the rose. Trust us. One step at a time. The guardians lunged, their claws glinting with lightning, wings slicing through the air with deadly precision. Illusions formed around Ilara, visions of Kalen disappearing, the rose fading, and herself falling endlessly through the sky. Ilara staggered, nearly losing her balance. I can't. Kalen tightened his grip on her hand, low, protective. Yes, you can. Together. Always. Ilara raised the rose, its golden glow merging with Kalen's sword. Waves of light radiated outward, cutting through the illusions, stabilizing the floating bridge and illuminating the guardians' forms. Each pulse of the rose resonated with their heartbeats, shattering the spectral wings and forcing the guardians to retreat. Ilara's voice rang out, steady and powerful. We are stronger than your illusions. We will not be divided. Kalen's sword blazed with golden energy. Low, determined. One step, one heartbeat. Together, we move forward. The guardians recoiled, their forms flickering as the rose's light illuminated the path. A shimmering platform appeared ahead, leading further into the citadel, where the next trial of courage, trust, and skill awaited. Elara inhaled deeply, holding her lantern high. This is it, the first heart of the citadel. Kaylin's hand found hers, fingers entwined. Then we stepped forward, together, as we always do. And as they moved toward the floating platform, the clouds parted slightly, revealing the full height of the skyward citadel, a looming, magical fortress filled with secrets. The higher they climbed, the more the citadel seemed alive, shifting under their feet. Floating platforms tilted, spires stretched endlessly into the sky, and shadows of guardians flickered in every corner. Each reflection of light seemed to twist into illusions of their fears, visions of falling, being separated, or losing the eternal rose. Elara's steps faltered as a platform shifted beneath her. I can't. What if we fall? Kaylin caught her hand firmly, grounding her. Yes, we can. Together, nothing can break us. The guardians emerged fully, winged figures of storm and cloud, their eyes glowing like molten stars. Each beat of their wings sent gusts strong enough to threaten their balance. Illusions reached into Elara's mind, showing Kaylin vanishing into the clouds and the rose fading into darkness. Elara gritted her teeth, chest glowing with the pulse of the rose. We've survived every trial. We will not fail now. Kaylin's sword blazed, merging with the rose's golden light. Step with me. One heartbeat, one step. Trust the rose. Trust us. Clawing simultaneously, claws and wings striking from all directions. Elara and Kaylin moved in perfect unison, each heartbeat syncing with the rose. The light shattered illusions, stabilized floating platforms, and forced the guardians to recoil. Elara's voice rang out, unwavering. We are stronger than your illusions. We cannot be divided. Kaylin's eyes blazed, sword held high. One step, together, always together. The guardians faltered, reflections of their fears dissipating as the golden light of the rose expanded, illuminating the path deeper into the citadel. A floating bridge of light formed, leading toward the inner spires, where the ultimate challenge of the skyward citadel awaited. Elara inhaled deeply, lantern raised. This is it, the heart of the citadel. Kaylin's hand found hers, fingers entwined. Then we face it, together, as we always do. Fear, and as they moved forward, the citadel pulsed around them, its towers glowing with magical energy, signaling that the midpoint of the trial had arrived, and the final confrontation with the Skyward Guardian was near. Trials and guardians whose tests had only just begun. The higher they climbed, the more the citadel seemed alive, shifting under their feet. Floating platforms tilted, spires stretched endlessly into the sky, and shadows of guardians flickered in every corner. Each reflection of light seemed to twist into illusions of their fears, visions of falling, being separated, or losing the eternal rose. Elara's steps faltered as a platform shifted beneath her.
I can't. What if we fall?
Kaylin caught her hand firmly, grounding her. Low, protective.
Yes, we can. Together, nothing can break us.
The Guardians emerged fully, winged figures of storm and cloud, their eyes glowing like molten stars. Each beat of their wings sent gusts strong enough to threaten their balance. Illusions reached into Alara's mind, showing Kaelin vanishing into the clouds and the rose fading into darkness. Alara gritted her teeth, chest glowing with the pulse of the rose.
We've survived every trial. We will not fail now.
Kaelin's sword blazed, merging with the rose's golden light.
Step with me. One heartbeat, one step. Trust the rose. Trust us.
The Guardians lunged simultaneously, claws and wings striking from all directions. Alara and Kaelin moved in perfect unison, each heartbeat syncing with the rose. The light shattered illusions, stabilized floating platforms, and forced the Guardians to recoil. Ilara's voice rang out, unwavering.
We are stronger than your illusions. We cannot be divided.
Kaelin's eyes blazed, sword held high.
One step, together. Always together.
The Guardians faltered, reflections of their fears dissipating as the golden light of the rose expanded, illuminating the path deeper into the citadel. A floating bridge of light formed, leading toward the inner spires, where the ultimate challenge of the skyward citadel awaited. Alara inhaled deeply, lantern raised.
This is it, the heart of the citadel.
Kaelin's hand found hers, fingers entwined.
Then we face it, together, as we always do.
And as they moved forward, the citadel pulsed around them, its towers glowing with magical energy, signaling that the midpoint of the trial had arrived and the final confrontation with the Skyward Guardian was near. The heart of the Skyward Citadel loomed ahead, a vast chamber suspended on a massive floating platform. Lightning arced along its edges, reflecting off crystal spires, and at the center hovered the Skyward Guardian, a colossal being of cloud, storm, and light, its form constantly shifting, wings spanning the sky, eyes blazing like molten stars. Alara gripped the eternal rose tightly, lantern glowing.
We've climbed too far to be stopped now. Together, we can face anything.
Kaelin's sword flared with golden light, synchronized with the rose's pulse.
Step with me. Heartbeats in sync. We are stronger together.
The Guardian lunged, wings creating gales that threatened to hurl them into the endless sky. Illusions of falling, separation, and losing the rose crashed into their minds, testing every ounce of courage and trust. Alara stumbled, visions of Kaelin vanishing before her eyes. I can't. Kaelin steadied her, voice low and protective. Yes, you can. We face this together, always together. Alara raised the rose. Kaelin swung his sword. Waves of golden energy radiated outward, shattering illusions and stabilizing the platform beneath them. The Skyward Guardian screeched, its form fracturing under the combined power of courage, trust, and the eternal rose. Alara's voice rang out, firm and unwavering. Nothing, no fear, no illusion, can break us. We are stronger together. Kaelin's sword blazed, striking in perfect sync with the rose. One heartbeat, one step, together, always together. The Guardian attempted one final strike, but the united light of the rose and their bond overwhelmed it completely. It shattered into fragments of cloud and light, dissipating harmlessly into the sky. The storm calmed, and the chamber glowed with a serene golden light. A floating pathway appeared, leading upward to a higher citadel spire, where a shimmering gateway awaited, beyond which lay the next realm of challenges and secrets. Elara felt the warmth of the rose fill her completely. We did it. The Guardian is defeated. The Citadel has revealed its secret path. Kaylin's eyes softened with pride. Yes, whatever awaits above, we will face it together. Hand in hand, hearts bound by courage, trust, and the eternal rose, they stepped onto the glowing pathway, leaving the skyward Guardian behind. Ahead stretched a new horizon of magical trials, adventures, and mysteries, waiting for them to conquer, together. After countless trials through shadows, mirrors, forests of crystal, and the skyward citadel, Elara and Kaylin finally reached the celestial spire. The pinnacle of the Eternal Rose's journey shimmered above them, a tower of light suspended between stars, its base blooming with the golden petals of the Eternal Rose itself. Elara stepped forward, heart full of hope and exhaustion. It's magnificent. All the trials, it led us here. Kaylin's eyes glimmered, reflecting the petals that floated around them like glowing snow. And together, we've grown stronger than we ever imagined. Every fear, every shadow, it only made us stronger. The final Guardian emerged, a magnificent being of starlight and rose gold energy, its eyes like galaxies, radiating wisdom and calm. It did not attack, but observed, testing not strength but the purity of their hearts. Elara held the rose close, its golden light mingling with her own heartbeat. We are ready. We face everything together, always. Kaylin stepped beside her, hand finding hers. Nothing will separate us. Not shadows, not illusions, not even the weight of the stars. The Guardian lowered its gaze, bowing slightly, and the celestial spire's light poured forth, filling the entire sky with golden radiance. The eternal rose bloomed fully, petals expanding into the heavens, connecting stars, clouds, and earth in a luminous dance. Elara whispered, eyes glistening with tears. All of it, every trial, every fear, led to this moment. Kaylin smiled, voice soft yet strong. And we faced it together, always together. Petals falling like starlight. The rose's glow wrapped around them, lifting them gently, and for a moment, time seemed to pause. They felt every adventure they had faced, the veil of shadows, the lake of mirrors, the crystal forest, the skyward citadel, flowing into one eternal moment of triumph, courage, and love. Serene joy. Elara leaned into Kaylin, the lantern in her hand casting warm light across their faces. This is our journey, but it feels like a beginning too. Kaylin kissed her hand gently, eyes reflecting the eternal petals of the rose. Yes, a beginning of everything we will face together. Hand in hand, hearts bound by courage, trust, and the eternal rose, they descended from the spire, petals floating around them like golden snow, stepping into a world forever changed by their love, their bravery, and the light they had carried through every trial. And as the stars shimmered above, and the wind carried their laughter across the heavens, the eternal rose stood as a testament of courage, unity, and as the stars blanket the sky and the moon hums its quiet lullaby, let your heart rest and your dreams take flight. Tonight, every worry drifts away like petals on a gentle breeze, and every shadow fades into the silver light of peace. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly and let the warmth of hope and courage cradle you. Tomorrow awaits with new adventures, but for now, sleep softly, dream deeply, and let your soul shine among the stars. And now, dear dreamer, it is time to rest. The stars above keep their quiet watch. The moon cradles the world in silver light, and the night sings softly just for you. Let your heart grow still. Let your thoughts drift like feathers upon a gentle breeze. You are safe.